Okay, so today we're going to be looking at the Mabinogi Eternity section on the Korean website. And today we're going to be looking at for silky Militian hair. So, hello, this is Developer K. I would like to talk about the process of applying physics-based animation to bring life to the hair of Militians. In the beginning, there was a skeleton, so this is a skeleton of a Militian. The screenshot above is of the skeleton omitted for illustration purposes. In the actual game, more skeletons are used for various movements. Traditional animation techniques for creating character movement include: there's a basic skeleton for the character, and the key animation which moves the skeleton in XYZ direction and adds a key to each frame is common. For example, let's consider the motion called walking. Since the legs must move back and forth, the thigh, calf, foot, and toe bones must be moved to each frame to set the height, left foot, right foot, respectively. Of course, let's move the arms naturally too. Let's set the height by moving the upper arm, forearm, and hand skeletons each frame. For natural movement, the body also needs to be in rhythm. So pelvis, spine, neck, etc. Walking was used as an example, but in Mabinogi, all character movements are performed in the same manner as above. It is a key animation method that holds the key by moving the position of the skeleton for each frame. The motions of various skills, the motions of actions, etc., all movements. When the above skeleton moves, the attached modeling should also move along with it, right? The work done to achieve this is called rigging and skinning. Connect each vortex of modeling to the skeleton rigging and set the skeleton by giving weights that will be affected by its movement skinning. This allows the attached modeling skin to stretch or shrink when the skeleton moves. Since the basic skeleton of the character is shared, even if the modeling is changed, if the skinning is done properly, the animation operates normally. So hair animation, let's take an example of a ponytail. It is said that animation must be added to the ponytail hair with all key animation data created based on the basic skeleton described above. First, we need to add a skeleton for the ponytail for movement to the basic skeleton. So here you can see the picture for an example. Now all you have to do is add a key for the movement of the additional skeleton for the ponytail to the animations you previously created for character movement. In all character animations 13,586, the key of the skeleton added for the ponytail must be adjusted step by step. So here's all the steps. As the hair bones continue to be added to the base bone, rigging and skinning problems also arise. So, separation of the hair skeleton. Before something like the above becomes difficult just by imagining it, let's separate the hair skeleton from the basic skeleton. Leave the existing basic skeleton and animation data as is and create a separate skeleton for the hair. Let's use the ponytail as an example again. Let's create a separate hair skeleton like this and create a separate animation for the ponytail that will run simultaneously with the existing animation. At this time, When the walking animation of the basic skeleton is executed, the walking animation of the ponytail skeleton is also executed at the same time. The animation operates separately on the two skeletons, but the result looks like one movement. Of course, for this it is necessary to adjust the frame length of both animations and keep adjusting them based on the basic skeleton animation so that the hair does not stick out too much. Separating the skeleton only solves problems in the rigging and skinning process compared to adding a hair skeleton to the basic skeleton. The process for creating a key animation corresponding to all existing animations is the same. Currently, in the case of moving wigs and hair Mabinogi, the skeleton is separated for each hair mesh and a key animation is created and applied in response to the motion applied to the existing basic skeleton. Physics-based animation. What is physics animation? As physical properties such as mass, inertia, damping, and elasticity. This refers to animation that is simulated to produce results similar to everyday physical phenomena. In short, if you set various conditions, movement is automatically created according to the physical phenomena. If you just listen to the exclamation, there is no need to specify the position for the skeleton for each frame like in the existing key animation. It sounds like a technology that naturally and automatically simulates the position of the skeleton. In reality, there are many things to consider in order to express natural movement. Let's use the ponytail as an example again. Even in motion, in place, in motion that moves and runs, or in motion with high acceleration, the simulation should come out not moving as if it's bouncing too much, right? In small movements, there is little response to external factors, so it is difficult to express the ponytail's movements in detail. On the other hand, with large movements, acceleration or collisions can make the simulation unstable, causing the movement to appear inaccurate. To respond to these problems, adjust the parameters of the physics simulation, or adjustments to the magnitude and direction of the motion are required. Nevertheless, there are cases where it is not possible to satisfy both extreme situations of small motion and large motion. Initial physics-based animation test appearance, so that's this here. So 1, no physical animation, and 2, small physical animation movement, and 3, large physical animation movement. So you can see here how the hair isn't moving at all when the character moves, and you can see here how it's moving a little bit when the character moves, and in 3 you can see how the hair is moving a lot when the character moves. For the flowing Militian hair, the key animation and physics-based animation introduced above are all research and development processes for the flowing Militian hair. In addition, there are various contents such as combination of key animation and physics-based animation, retargeting system, etc. We will cover related content in the next costume animation, the 4-pointed skirt action. Okay, we will cover related content in the next costume animation. The 4-pointed skirt is actually. As the journey of the Mabinogi Eternity project continues, Militian's hair will become even more luscious. Okay, so this is good. So they are working on hair movement in this part of the update. Okay, so we'll be looking at another part of the Mabinogi Eternity section on the Korean website. So the 4-point skirt is actually So we develop with Unreal Engine, so of course the skirt will naturally flow, right? This time we will focus on expressing natural movement in costume animation, especially skirt-shaped costumes. Let me introduce you to the animation-related R&D process. Let's briefly recall the key animation and rigging and skinning introduced in the hair animation section. Key animation holds the key by moving the position of the skeleton for each frame. Rigging and skinning connect each vertex of the modeling to the skeleton rigging and give the skeleton a weight to be affected by its movement. Skinning. 4-point skirt, not bulletproof. Taking the popo skirt as an example, the skirt hem of the popo skirt is rigged and skinned to the leg bones. So when the legs move due to the key animation, the attached skirt moves together. So what should I do to make the skirt part of the 4-point skirt move separately? You just need to create an additional skeleton to move the skirt and set a separate key animation. Volitions who have seen the hair animation process will have already noticed, but there is a problem. So they're just saying the same, they're just using the hair example here. If this continues, the skeleton will continue to proliferate as each costume has a different shape. However, this is a problem I have already experienced once with hair animation. Just apply the same solution as hair animation. So, cloth simulation. It is a type of physics-based animation that was previously introduced in hair animation. It refers to a technology that imitates the motion of flexible materials such as clothing or fabric. What makes hair animation different from physically based animation is that cloth simulation movements do not require a skeleton. Of course, since physical calculations are performed at the vertex level instead, it is bound to be heavy in terms of performance. What if we combined Mabinogi with cloth simulation, which is excellent for expressing the smooth movement of fabric? I started applying the cloth simulation by imagining the possum skirt I was wearing swaying in the air every time I walked. The problem is form. A problem occurred during testing with various types of skirts: short skirt, long skirt, wide skirt, narrow skirt. By rigging and skinning, there are no parts that can be stretched beyond the original form of the modeling. As physics calculations were performed at the vertex level, side effects occurred, such as legs going through the skirt or the bottom of the skirt being rolled up. Of course, there is room for improvement by setting additional physical properties and increasing the amount of computation. It was difficult to expect natural movement in long and narrow skirts. If you attach a skeleton as before, rig it, skin it, and then use the key animation to move it, the mesh will stretch beyond its existing shape. The movement of the flowing skirt that was initially thought is moving further away. Physics simulation again. As applied in previous hair, a separate skeleton for the skirt was created, separated from the basic skeleton, and attached to the skeleton for the skirt. A method of applying physics simulation was introduced. The basic skeleton of the character is used to control the character's movement. This skeleton determines the overall movement of the character and handles the basic animations such as walking, running, jumping, etc. The skeleton for the skirt is responsible for simulating the physics of the skirt parts, used to represent the movement of the skirt more realistically. Physics-based animation calculates the movement of the skirt by considering physical factors such as gravity, air resistance, and external interference. For example, when a character moves quickly, the effect of a skirt blowing in the wind is physically simulated. The physical effects make the game character's motion feel more lifelike and realistic. By combining these two separate skeletal systems, the overall movement of the character utilizes traditional animation techniques, while the movement of one particular part, the skirt, is expressed more naturally through physics-based form. However, there were problems with applying physics-based animation. In small movements, there is less response to external factors. The movement of the skirt is difficult to express in detail. On the other hand, with large movements, acceleration or collisions make the simulation unstable, causing the movement to appear inaccurate. To respond to these problems, it is necessary to adjust the parameters of the physics simulation or adjust the size and direction of motion. There were limits to the physical simulation results appearing natural in all movements. Combination of key animation and physics simulation. To solve the problem, key animation was applied to the skeleton at the beginning of the chain in the chain-shaped skirt skeleton. This ensures that movement at the top of the skirt is reliably controlled by key animation. We apply physics-based animation to the remaining bones of the skirt, propagating physical movement based on the key animation movement of the top bone. Through this, it has become a form that can satisfy both stability in large motions and movement in small motions. The problem is that you need to separate the skeletons for all skirt-shaped meshes and set key animations for each skeleton for each mesh. To solve this, we used Unreal's retargeting function. Utilize retargeting system. To increase efficiency, add a skirt bone to the basic torso skeleton. Using this, we used Unreal's retargeting system in the process of applying key animation to the top bone of the skirt. Add the skirt's armature to the main torso armature. This integrates the skirt and bodice bones into one frame. Apply key animation to the skirt bone added to the basic torso bone. The animation will control the movement of the top part of the skirt. Using Unreal's retargeting system, skirts of various shapes, long skirts, short skirts, skirts with one side long, skirts with different waistlines, starting points, allows you to correspond to the movements of the basic torso skeleton. Through this, the movement of the upper part of the skirt is moved by the key animation of the skirt bone of the basic torso skeleton, and the remaining parts are moved by the animation key of the skirt bone of the basic body skeleton. Each skirt is moved by a physics simulation of the skeleton connected to the mesh. Using a retargeting system, we efficiently integrate the structure of the existing torso skeleton and the newly added skirt bone. It was effective in combining animations for various parts by flexibly constructing the character's skeleton. So you can see in this image here, retargeting results, light blue basic skeleton, blue skirt mesh skeleton. Okay, so yeah, the light blue here is like the basic skeleton, and then the dark blue here, the normal blue, is the skirt mesh skeleton. We may not be satisfied with all forms, but we will find the answer. As always, below is a temporary modeling resource for testing that was used in the early R&D process. Key animation, torso skeleton plus upper skirt skeleton, physical animation, skirt lower skeleton combination result. So here you can see those images. The 4-point skirt was actually a skirt that moved in the air. All of the content introduced above was a process to express the natural movement of the 4-point skirt. Although cloth animation has not been applied to cloth skirts, research is underway to apply it to cloaks and certain types of mesh. In addition, various research is underway to improve the natural motion of clothing using a new engine. Okay, so we'll be looking at another part of the Mabinogi Eternity post on the Korean site. So, Art Technician, Character Creation. As with most game development projects, the Mabinogi Eternity project was especially in dire need of professional technicians in each field. How are existing art resources rendered within the engine? What should I do to bring this to the new engine? There are always many different types of costumes and hair in Mabinogi. What should I do to make this movement more natural? I really wanted to do it when I went to the new engine, but is it possible to express all the things that could not be expressed due to the wall of an old engine? Because we needed people to give us answers to all of this, generally the problem is solved through collaboration between artists and programmers. In order to develop more quickly and reliably, we had to reduce the depth of communication. So we quickly began recruiting experts, art technicians with technical knowledge and experience, and artists in various fields such as character and background models, animation effects, and UI. We hired a technical artist to handle graphics within the new engine, such as shader development and optimization. When it comes to shader porting, shouldn't we just look at the code and import it? It is certainly true that you can look at the code, understand its structure, and import it in a form suitable for Unreal Engine, but the problem was that the code was very fragmented. Of course, just looking at the resource structure and final rendering result, I could see how the shader was built. But what was important to us was not analogy, but accurate calculation. Even if the calculation is slightly wrong, a completely different result will be output. I recreated the art resource production process and began to analyze the database and rendering related codes one by one. I was able to piece together all the meaningful information one by one. As a result, and we have this video here, so this is the result. Neo uploaded to Unreal Engine to commemorate the success of Pleon shader porting. But it doesn't end here. As I was enjoying the joy of completing a successful shader port, I heard countless voices. So, when we get the light, it starts to sparkle, right? We can just set up the light when we take a screenshot, right? Right now, some outlines come out and some don't. Is everything coming out now? The color of the outline is also just showing off the dye color. My hair is sticking out through my clothes. Are you going to fix this too? Is my hair blowing in the wind now? Of course, it was just the beginning. What was fortunate, though, was that we had invited experts in each field. Please allow character shaders to respond to various light sources. You may be wondering how obvious this is. When using Unreal Engine, it is natural for 3D models to react to various light sources. The Eternity project inherits the flat yet unique colors of the current Mabinogi, while at the same time, the goal is to be able to interact with the variety of light sources. However, it is difficult to achieve both purposes simultaneously with the basic shading model provided by Unreal Engine. We created a custom shading model by modifying the engine code. By removing the fine surface bidirectional distribution function and modifying it to adjust the amount and color of light hitting the surface, a cartoon-like expression is possible. It was tuned to be affected by various fixed and dynamic light sources and provided to character shader creators. Simply put, if you only use the basic shading model provided by Unreal, you can lose Mabinogi's unique style with truly realistic light expressions. Unable to react to different light sources or only see the results of one or the other. There are many different solutions to this, but we chose to create a shading model unique to Mabinogi. And here you can see the default lit and the unlit. Good, now draw the outline too. Because the outline can give a completely different impression depending on its presence or absence, it is an element that can visually separate the background and the character. This is an element that would be disappointing if it were left out in a cartoon-style shader. As such, research is being conducted in a variety of ways. In the case of Mabinogi, a very thin outline is used. Due to engine limitations, it may be missing in areas where application is difficult due to translucent objects or some compatibility issues. There are many side effects, so all of these had to be resolved in the new engine. There are several ways to handle outlines. We tried many different things to find a method that suited Mabinogi's needs. In order to create a sensuous outline in a Mabinogi style while reducing man-hours costs, we chose the scene depth processing method, rather than simply transplanting the existing feeling, so that the color of the clothes shines through, so that the lines remain constant even when the distance increases, so that the lines disappear as the distance increases. To draw or not draw certain parts, to draw lines in translucent materials, etc., we encountered and dealt with a variety of issues. I was proud of the process of mixing and applying non-open technologies and working with character artists. As an 8-year Militian who is still working hard at Mabinogi, I was really happy to hear the news about the engine replacement. So what about the dislocated shoulder? Are all the clothes and hair moving now? In fact, after the decision to replace Unreal Engine, shoulder dislocation was one of the most heard stories. I too was eagerly hoping for this as a Militian before becoming a developer. The programmers and animation technicians put a lot of effort into this part. In the existing Mabinogi, there were insufficient examples such as shoulder dislocation. There were many shortcomings such as polygons breaking when the character moved. At Eternity, we aimed to look as natural as possible in shoulders, hips, etc. And unlike the existing Mabinogi, mini bones were added to express the detailed parts of fingers. Additionally, additional bones have been set to make customization more natural. With so many bones added, it is difficult to simply port existing Mabinogi animation files. Based on the existing Mabinogi animation, additional parts such as the fingers are being worked on step by step, and the costumes are also very diverse. In a typical MMORPG projector, the bones are often set and the costume design is designed to match the position of the bones. Since Mabinogi's costumes were already available in various designs, it was necessary to match the costume to patterns. It is not possible to plant infinite bones, and it is difficult to animate or control a large number of bones one by one. Many experts are working hard to successfully replace the Mabinogi engine. Of course, there is still much left to do. A core part of the technical art issue has been dealt with, but in addition, there are countless elements that enrich Mabinogi, such as expressions of materials. We will do our best until the Mabinogi engine replacement is successful, and of course, we will continue to do so thereafter. Alright, let's play Mabinogi. Finally jumping in. And welcome in, Otaku. Yeah, it does sound kind of nice having the ability to keep track of all your herbs and stuff, like without having to open your inventory. Oh geez, I realized I had so many normal gems. That's probably from when I did that Beltane mission yesterday. Let's take care of spirit weapon stuff first so I can get rid of all that crap. Growth. Wait a minute, how many of those... I don't have any of those left. Just feed... everything. 58.20%. And... got some of these gems too. 64. Gotta get these dual guns up. I should probably make my last, like, spirit weapon a cylinder for when I get into Forbidden Alchemist. And then those ones. And those ones. Let's go and boost the bond. Let's buy her some gems too. Yeah, those aren't too bad for the price. I think the preferred gems for my was it my scythe? I think those gems cost more. A little bit more. Those went for around like 50, 60, 70k usually, or more. So this isn't too bad at all. Oh wow, there's actually not a lot of these gems on sale. I'm gonna make some money off that, some gold off that bunny gacha when it comes out, so I don't really give a crap about wasting gold on these gems right now. We'll buy all of them. Well, except for maybe that 850 one. I don't think I'll buy that one, but I'll buy all these. The 850 one's a little too extreme for me. Yeah, there we go. Come to think of it, guard cylinders. I wonder what kind of guard cylinders there are, because I got a cylinder, but I don't have a guard one. Dual gun, shuriken, melee. Magic, okay. Oh, that looks kind of cool. With the right dye work, that could look interesting. I wonder what this one looks like. Yeah, that one sort of has a cool design too. That's on that. Eh. Okay. Not too bad. And this one's the other cylinder, but with a little bit different dye work. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I don't really like the flashing dyes. That one's kind of weird. It looks like there are a couple of different options for guard cylinder options. Level 65, and we'll increase this by another 50. Level 66. Increase this again. Nice. And what do we have? Did I have a spirit stone thing, or did I use that up? There's like a smaller spirit stone thing. Probably used that already. That was a couple days ago. Yeah, I don't see it. So it's probably used up. Alright, let's find out what kind of veteran dungeon we're dealing with today. Math veteran. Gather firewood. Yeah, I might do that. Oops, not that. Talk to her about the daily dungeon. Oh, a math dungeon for that too, so we'll get both of those done at once.
뭐야 이 편지는?
I'm also really behind on homestead work too, so let's do that. Yeah, what homestead seeds do I even have? I'll have to check some pet inventory. And add some golden sprouts somewhere. I noticed that the other day. Oh, maybe they were in this inventory, yeah. Let's go and use that. Get some more of that homestead XP. Alright, which pet is full of homestead seeds? I have no idea. But I know there's a lot in one of them. Just gotta go through them all. Not that one. Oh, this one has a lot of Lord passes. This one has my ore enchant scrolls, yeah. And then this one has homestead seeds. Let's go ahead and put a bunch of these like right down here. Might as well use them up. Okay, we got 12. And what do we have here? Yeah, let's plant those. So those take an hour. Oh, we're out of stone. Go do my dailies in Cobb. I have the fish, I have the large nails already, so that's easy. And the daily that requires large nails, that one gives out like 2 homestead stone. For now, I'm just gonna do 2 dailies to get a little homestead stone, and then after that, I'm probably just gonna focus on leveling up. I might bounty int today. Like, if I bounty int, I can use up some of those passes and also like level up and get homestead stone, so that might work out well. Yeah, that one's done, and we might as well do the other daily here while we're at it, because we already have all the fish. It's been a while since I've done my loop of dailies for like adventure seals and stuff. Yeah, I think I want a bounty hunt for the time being. So for that, I think I'm going to... Do I want to use the new Arcana for that? Well, no, some of those skills are a little short-ranged. I'll go with Mage for now. And we'll put the pickaxe on the other equip. And then that way I can steal Bandit's homestead stones whenever I get to a Bandit homestead. Doesn't matter if I find the Outlaw or just Bandits, like they have a homestead pile and you can take like 2 stones every time. Okay, who are we gonna hunt down? I still need points on Zippy. Let's go after him first. So we're just gonna hop from Mana Tunnel to Mana Tunnel and see if we find any bandits, just like this. Oh, and let's get the doll bag out too. Use up one of these silver passes. I don't think that doll bag picks up outlaw passes, does it? No. Probably not. So it doesn't look like one dropped. Oh yeah, let's get some speed potions too. That way we can move faster. We'll use that first. Any more bandits out here? Doesn't look like it. Let's go to the South Mabinogi one next. Here we go. There's the homestead pass. I keep forgetting that NPC is on our side. I keep thinking he's like an enemy. Not used to having assistance. Oh, we actually found Zippy. Let's see if we get any points on him. Hey, we did get a point on him. Nice. I'm not sure if this is my first time catching Zippy with this character. So we might also get the journal achievement. Oh no, we got a point on him before, so we've caught him once before. And also this chest has like homestead seeds sometimes, so that'll be helpful. Alright. We're gonna have to pursue someone else now. Now we caught Zippy. How many homestead sun do I have now? I had 0. 5. Yeah, we got 2 from one of those attempts and then 3 from the other one, so 5 is good. Go after ones I can actually get points on, so let's go after Nelson next. And same thing as before, we just hop from Mana Tunnel to Mana Tunnel and see who shows up. Oh wow, that pass dropped right away. That's nice. And that's the ducats we got from getting Zippy. No Nelson here, but that's okay. Still get homestead stone off him. Like, this is mostly what I'm here for. And some cabbage seeds, nice. How many cabbage seeds did I get when I picked that up? Oh wait, did I have cabbage seeds already? Maybe it got stacked with something. Because if it was like a new item that I didn't have in my inventory, it would have just gone in here. Oh wait, here it is. So it only gives you one, but that's still something. Okay, we'll keep hunting down Nelson until we find him. Or until Zippy appears back on the board. So we had 5 homestead stone before, and now we have 8, so we found 3 that time. Gotta remember to use these passes, they're good for getting extra ducats. Oh, they're there. I was starting to think they weren't going to show up in this area. Okay, no pass this time. I have to wait until the game recognizes I'm out of combat to move anyway, so I might as well run ahead a little bit. Alright, let's try this spot. Like, even now the game is still slow, it doesn't realize I'm out of combat. There we go. Any bandits out this way? I don't see any. Okay, no one's popping up here. Here they are. Sometimes you have to run a little bit before they show up. And there's the pass I need. Stowaway ticket. Those are useful if you need to move fast, but they do affect your merchant rating at like places, so that's bad. And plus they're gonna be shortening the ship times with the future update anyway, so I don't really see the point in using those. Hey, finally. They didn't want to drop that homestead pass. This is one of the Mabinogi songs from the Fantastic Melody thing that they did years ago. So I mostly play like tracks that are from Mabinogi or the Fantastic Melody thing, and I have a few Mabinogi mobile tracks as well. Oh, what'd that chest drop? Pickaxe? Don't need that. So now I have 16 homestead stone, stealing it from the bandits. And also, while I'm out here, I'm gonna finish getting the Rhino transformation because apparently I need points on that. So we'll attack these guys for a little bit. One more point. Alright, that's done. I have to wait until I'm out of combat to enter my homestead too. That's weird. Okay, so let's plant more of these. And I'll be good enough on homestead stuff for right now. We'll focus on that a little bit more later. So dual guns and scythe. Let's go to the veteran dungeon. That's gonna be math. Oh, I think that's the end of the Fantastic Melody playlist. Let's switch to the Mabinogi mobile one. Actually, this is one of the times I do want to keep an eye on my status effects, because it's kind of helpful to know how much longer Gunner's Crest is gonna last. Oh, wait a minute, there's no timer. We're not in the veteran version of this. Thought these enemies were a little too easy. Can I use that pass to... Would I sacrifice Tenterate then? Yeah, let's get out of here. Okay, well here's the real veteran when we're past them. Try that. There we go. Okay, now the real veteran run begins. Oh wait, that's that. Oh wait, does that have more range now? That'd be really nice. It does. Maybe it just looked better from that angle. Let's actually take a look at that. Let me find some more enemies. Oh Oh yeah, that has a lot more range now, and a wider area of attack, too. That's nice, because the range was really short at the low levels. This Arcana is at level 11. So far, I'm really enjoying Arsenal Gunner. Yeah, even that has more range than it did before. Like yesterday, it had hardly any range at all because the skills weren't leveled up. It's also definitely worth going for the Spirit Ultimates, because when you get the Spirit Ultimate that for your ammo, like when you run out of ammo, then your ammo gauge just instantly refills. Like that is so helpful for like this Arcana. No, I haven't tried that yet. Well, I'll give that a try. That might actually... So, let's see. Oop. Okay, yeah, that does help. It's kind of cool how you can also like move it while it's attacking. Oh yeah, I should be using the detonation field more. Does the tracker do anything to help with the damage? It increases Fatal Scope's damage. Okay, so I should use the tracker with Fatal Scope, and it, yeah, helps a couple other attacks. Okay, that doesn't quite reach those two over there, but that's okay. And time for the boss. Well, 3 bosses, technically. We got 3 of these dogs here. Let's start with this one. I wonder if I can use time shift for that skill. No. If I can for this one, and then we have this available again. Oh crap, I didn't want to attract the attention of the other one. Okay, let's use that. Well, now that they're together, at least, let's... Now this one wants to come over here. Let's wait a little bit. Now. Okay, that one's all the way over there now. A little closer. Okay, that one's down. And then for that one, let's actually snipe him from a distance. There. And that one's down. Oh, we can't quite go that far. There we go. Okay, let's do that. Oops. That was a bad attack. And we're gonna get him from this distance. Oh, he's just a little out of range over there. I should be using Way of the Gun more too, because that saves on bullets. And he's down. 33 minutes and 33 seconds. Which isn't too bad. That'll go a lot faster when all these skills are like rank 1 and I have all the crests done and all that stuff. But yeah, this started out at about level 11 when I entered the dungeon, and now we're level 13, we're 70% of the way to level 14. Magic Powder, Topaz, Spirit Gem, Smoldering Thread. Nice. Alright, let's feed my Spirit Weapon. Leveling up the Spirit Weapon is a huge priority right now. Level 67. Okay, so we have 8 ego points. Let's see what we can actually do with those. Weapon damage. Weapon critical. No, we should take up these two first. It's more important than critical. See if any more of those gems went on sale. Hey, nice. Can I take these? So let's see if that's enough to level her up. Yep, level 68. And then we can take up that. So I'll need 7 points for the next level. Alright, let's get some passes. Today is Friday, so that means I can get any pass I want. Let's receive today's items. Okay, where'd that go off to over here? Magnet that. Not gonna do phantasm runs. Okay, let's toss all that. much fine leather do I have? Exactly 10. Let's go ahead and take that out. And we can sell that. How much is fine leather going for these days, anyway? Okay, so I'll sell mine for 55k gold a piece, which will be like 555,000. Which is still way cheaper than like this stack of 10. Save like about 70,000 gold. Let's do some shadow missions. I have to change channels real quick to refresh my shadow mission thing. Wow, we got a lot of busy channels right now. Top back to 4. Okay, what's the daily ones? Enemy behind. And all-out war. I'm gonna use Battle Astrologer for All-Out War. Let's go do that one first. We'll do it on Elite. I'll do Battle for Tilton too as well. That's one of my favorite shadow missions to do. Do that one after. Before these attacks, these circles on the ground, they would knock you back a little bit, but... and they would like cancel your skill, but now that they don't do that, there's no point in even dodging them. That's the problem with removing the knockback. So far, so good. Spirit gems, gem. Done. Let's do Battle for Tailton 2 on Elite. And for that one, I'm actually use mage skills, because I always use magic skills for that. So we'll equip our staff. Elite. And then I have some shadow crystals in this inventory. Yeah, let's use that. Let's see if I can avoid all the ice mines. By memory alone. Oh crap. I was worried about getting too close to those barrier spikes. I did it so the doll bags would get the gold there. Okay, then time shift, meteor. As long as we don't hit an ice mine down there, we should be able to get inside. Take care of the boss before time shift wears off. Oh, it missed the Shadow Commander. Oops. A little too far off there. Go ahead and use Ninja for the next one, enemy behind. Where's all the enemies? Oh, that fine leather sold. Okay, here we go. Death Arrow enchant scroll. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Oh, so this is for like the arrow revolver skill. If it's rank 9 or rank 6, you can get extra damage. Nice. It's only useful to humans though. Yeah, I think that's pretty good for now. Don't think I need to get rid of anything else. Well, this, but this isn't worth anything. Well, let's actually get some wood for the daily gathering. Do that today. So, where's an axe? Don't I have a normal... Yeah, here we go. This one. The interaction key makes it so much easier to gather firewood. Alright, got that firewood. So let's see what we can do with that. Take that off. Oh, there's my AP coupons. Let's use those. And let's check on my homestead. Gotta harvest all this. Nice, so we have like 1,200,000 in there and 1,444,000. Okay. Let's go to the association room and do something with those smoldering threads. Because I'm actually really liking Arsenal Gunner, so this is going to be one that I'm actually going to want to max out the crests on right away. How much is Smoldering Thread going for these days? Smoldering Thread is usually pretty cheap, so it's worth buying. Here, let's do this. Pause everything we have, so we have 2,500,000. And then when does that expire? 6 days? Or wait, not that one. This one. Yeah, 6 days. Sure, I'll take this then. Purchase all. Okay, withdraw everything. Back to the association room. Get those threads that we bought. Okay, I don't quite have 650,000 gold. How much do I have? 630? I mean 430. So we'll do that. unlock the first link. Wait, what happens when we do that? So MP goes up by 30 and max damage goes up by 10 and we have dual guns equipped. Nice. And also costs 60 AP. And then next level we'll get more stamina and critical damage. And also we can even level it up right now, even if we had the crests, because I have to be level 20. And we are we're almost level 14. We're almost level 14. Alright, let's get out of here. So what to do next? I could do Piaka Dungeon. Get an any pass selection box. Let's see, we could get... Let's get an unlimited veteran foamer pass. And that expires in, what, a week? I don't know if I want to try Piaka Dungeon with Variable Gunner. Well, that might be interesting. Let's use Arsenal Gunner in that dungeon, see what happens. Why not? But we are gonna need some type of, like, physical attack for that, so... I'm gonna want my Chain Blade. Because gun attacks are, like, magic based. Alright, let's give it a shot. Usually I do Piaka Dungeon with, like, a staff and a Chain Blade, so usually, like, Magic and Dark Diviner. And I use a Chain Blade for, like, the physical attacks. But we'll see how it goes with this new Arcana. Oh, and let's put this on 3 so we can alternate to our Chain Blade skills quickly if we need to. And how much summon Tempest Pan I have left? That should be enough. So we'll summon up those two. Alright, let's try this out. Yeah, see, for some enemies we need physical attacks. Ooh, we got petrified. Come on, come on. Yeah, I know I'm petrified. Unpetrify me. There we go. Can we injure the swords with the dual guns? Yes. Just not the zombies. Okay, so we're just better off sticking with the chain blade here. Okay, it works here. Okay, this is a really good opportunity actually to quickly switch to our staff for just a second. And we can get them with Meteor. Let's actually use this too. Whoops. No, that's not what I want to use. That goes, so we can deal with them. Deal with him next. Oh great, there's more of these guys. Okay, let's switch to Chainblade. There. And then oh, that was close. Do some quick healing. This doesn't affect all of them. So those green ones need to be hit with Chainblade stuff. And the blue ones with tool gun stuff. And boss time. We'll see how well this Arcana does against the actual boss. Alright, we're running low on MP. Okay, let's try this. I need to get these enemies off my tail. I wonder if this would be a good way to get him from a distance. Get him in the back there. Put a tracer on him. Okay, lock in. Oops, what's that? Okay, let's lose him for a second, and then use this again. Done. Okay, what's in here? Spirit Gem, Smoldering Thread. And we should have gotten a feather to get out of here. Perfect. Yeah, taking down the boss with the Arsenal Gunner wasn't too bad. Especially with Fatal Scope. I'd still probably prefer to do that with, like, Dark Diviner. Okay, so for Baltame missions, I have 3 of those crystals, tons of XP pots. Pretty much all set for all that. Let's go ahead and do a rebirth, and then we're going to do a Baltame mission and just go straight to level 200. So now Arsenal Gunner is level 15. And for nowhere to run, we're just gonna spam Fireball, so we'll just equip the staff for that. Okay, let's get to the Avalon Gate. Gonna use these 2 doll bags. And let's use this and the Baltane Crystal. And then we gotta pull out some passes. Nowhere to run, let's get like 3 of them. Alright, let's go. Nowhere to run. done on Elite. Commence mission. There's the pass. Alright, level 200. Get this bear off me. Anything that we want to pick up before we leave here? Let's see. No, I think the doll bag is doing a pretty good job getting most of the gems. Alright, let's get out of here. So now we're level 17. That Arcana, so time to rebirth again. Right, for some reason we have to leave this location to rebirth. Waste of time. The entire way they did Avalon Gate was just bad in general. Like, I only run Nowhere to Run because it's, like, convenient for leveling up, but overall Baltame missions are a waste of time. It was a big mistake to make Avalon Gate some dumb solo single-player area. Like, Baltame missions could have been multiplayer and could have become, like, the next Shadow missions. But they messed it up. That's my opinion on that. No good at all. And we're going back. Because we have more of those crystals. Yeah, doll bags. Baltame mission, Nowhere to Run. On Elite. Commence. And we're gonna do the same thing as before. Get to level 200. Okay, we have one more crystal, so we're gonna do that one more time. Oh, good time for a dumb bot to come in here. Get out. Alright, wait. Oh, we're on these rebirth potions. Sure. Okay, rebirth. Next. That one. Come on. How much longer is that potion gonna last? About 5 minutes. Alright, let's be quick. We'll have to wait for one of those doll bags. Come on. Hurry it up. Goes out here. Oh, do I need to pull out another pass? Yeah, I think I do. Let's go ahead and get one of these. Wasting the last XP pot with all this other time-consuming garbage. Alright. Oh, I don't have any... Maybe I did use all my crystals. Well, that's fine. We should still be able to get to 200. It'll just take a little bit longer. Do I have any, like, lesser crystals? I don't think so. Oh yeah, I'm broke. Okay, forget that then. Yeah, we'll just do it without a Baltane crystal then, so what? Might take a little bit longer, but that's fine. Alright, let's go. Alright, well it took way longer to get to 200 without a 3 times Beltane Crystal, but did it. Let's see what there is to loot before I leave. Come on, is there like a 2 times Beltane Crystal drop or something like that? That'd be kinda nice. I really don't want to have to buy one of those Beltane Crystals, they're pretty pricey. Get that gold. No, nothing of real value here. Alright, let's leave. Level 28. Nice. Well, I do have 300,000 gold, so I could buy a crystal. Yeah, let's do it. Open the Beltane supply shop. Where's the crystal stuff? Give me that. Okay, we're gonna rebirth and do one final run. And this run should go faster because we have that Beltane Crystal. And it's level 29 for the Arcana. Let's go back one last time. And we should have plenty of time left on that XP pot. Yeah, 4 times the XP for like another 38 minutes. It's plenty of time. Alright, here we go again. Oh wait, I need to get another Beltane pass out, don't I? Yeah, that's no problem though. Yeah, that goes way faster when you have those 3 times Belting crystals. Let's see if there's anything valuable here before we leave. So far, not too much. We have an emerald here. Belting crystal 1.5. That's like half as good as the one I'm using. I guess it's something. Dare I actually do another rebirth and do that all over again with the 1.5 crystal? Why not? See how fast that goes. So now we're level 31 with Arsenal Gunner, 19 levels to go. Let's get out of here. I guess we're gonna go in one more time. We'll use that crystal that I just got. I still got 2 rebirth pots and 2 forgetful potions. And let's get ready for the next mission. So I'm gonna need another one of those passes, which we have lots of. And how much longer before that 1 XP pot expires? 27 minutes? Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll be fine. Okay, let's pull these 2 out again. Get rid of all that. I don't need to see this the entire time. Okay, that's level 200. So let's see if there's anything valuable around here. Another Beltane Mission Crystal 1.5. I mean, it does do the job. Took us about 15 minutes. How much gold did I make? Nah, we don't even have half of what we need for a 3 times Beltane Crystal. Oh, this is so good for my Arcana, though. Okay, we're gonna go in again, I guess. Why not? We'll use that crystal, spend another 15 minutes getting to level 200. Because I have... 1 rebirth pot left? Yeah. So, really quick, I'll be right back, and then we'll prepare for one more final run. Alright. Let's go ahead and use this. I can't use another one of those. It's too bad too, because I could get 3 times Beltane Crystal from that. Okay, where's that 1.5 crystal? Here it is. How much longer is that XP pot gonna last? 8 minutes? So yeah, at some point I'll have to use another one, but that's alright. Still have lots of them. Okay, let's rebirth. Making great progress on Arsenal Gunner today. Level 34. So we'll probably have it at like level 36 or something like that when we're done. Back to the special unit. Let's get another one of those passes. And I am going to want to keep an eye on my status list until that potion expires. Just so I know when to use the next one. Pull these 2 up again. Use that crystal. Alright, one more run. And that's level 200. Okay, let's see if there's anything valuable here. Doesn't look like it. Maybe a few gems over here that we missed. There's one over here too. Alright, well I can't rebirth anymore, so we are definitely done with that. I'll use like a forgetful potion tomorrow or something. So we're almost level 36 for Arsenal Gunner. That's really good. Made a lot of progress today. Like, what, it was like level 10 or 11 when I started today? So we took it up like 25 levels. Gotta get rid of some of these gems. And level 69. Yep, I can't even use one of these for another 10 hours. I don't think I have any other rebirth pots like hidden anywhere. Use that on Monday or Tuesday probably. And one last thing we'll do before we wrap things up is we'll go to the Arcana Association room to work on making some crests. We don't quite have that much. There. Make 22 of them. But we can definitely unlock the next link or two. So that's good. Alright, well I'm satisfied with the level of progress on Arsenal Gunner today, so I think we're going to wrap things up right around here, and we will continue working on Arsenal Gunner next week, when I can actually level up and do something.